warning that has been issued for our counties in southwestern Mississippi. So this includes a portion of Amite and Wilkinson County, more of Amite County than it does Wilkinson County. But bottom line, here's the details of our tornado warning. Tornado warning remains in place until 3:15 this afternoon. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, meaning that we do not have ground truth or an observed tornado going on right now. This is basically based off of rotation being detected by radar. So as we take a look at the radar signature, and we're tapped into our First Alert radar network. We're using our radar site in St. Francisville right now, looking towards the northeast. You can see how the thunderstorm that has prompted this tornado warning is making its way across the county line right now. So it's moving off towards the northeast at about 25 miles per hour, and it's in this particular area right here that we're most concerned. Notice that we have almost this U-shaped here with the red shade of color, and it's in that area where we could have the rotation tied to the possibility of a tornado. So as we switch over to what we call Doppler velocity, so this gives us an idea of wind direction and wind speed. So the green shade of color is winds moving towards the radar. So in this instance, they'd be moving in this general direction. The red would be winds that are moving away from the radar. So in essence, in this general direction. So when we think about that and kind of put in what we're watching, so again, it's basically like this. This is what the winds are doing. So we're seeing this rotation signature right around the Gloucester area, and that's of our concern right now in terms of where we're possibly seeing that rotation. Now, it does not appear, based off of the Doppler velocity signature, to be imminent concern, but certainly could be a funnel cloud that's making its way into those areas. So we're going to zoom in on the area, give you a better bird's eye view of exactly where within Gloucester that we're seeing this. And so again, we'll put in a couple of streets. So you've got Highway 24 that kind of runs here through Gloucester, and then north of Highway 24 is Highway 33. So right now the radar signature for that rotation is generally along Highway 24 just to the southwest of Gloucester, their city center right now. And again, moving up towards the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So this will be making its way over towards Whitecap, just to the northwest of Be Welcome. So we'll zoom out the perspective here and kind of give you an idea on where this might be heading in the next couple of minutes or hours. And we'll put in a storm track for you just to kind of give you an indication. So again, we're going to be highlighting right here where we've got the signature and kind of drawing it off towards the northeast. So over the next 30 minutes, here's kind of what our observations are. So right over top of Gloucester right now, if you are in Gloucester, city limits and surrounding areas, you want to try and get to your safe space right now, innermost portion of your home, away from as many windows, bottom floor. This is generally a hallway closet or possibly a bathroom. So you want to put yourself in that area, take your phone with you. You can watch us right now on our live stream, just so you have an indication of when maybe this is going to be bypassing you. But you want to also bring something that will protect your head. So either a bike helmet, pillow, or a heavy blanket. All those things will suffice. So again, right over top of Gloucester right now, we're moving towards Pine Hills Academy within Gloucester around 248, Whitecap around 254, Eunice around 304, and then O'Neill in the northern portion of Amite County right around 313. So again, as we get updated scans, you can see how we are starting to see a little bit more of a tightening where we're seeing the greens and the reds touching. That's areas of most concern right now as it pertains to the possibility of seeing that rotation. So for today, what we have seen so far in terms of the threat on this First Alert Weather Day has been an elevated threat for isolated tornadoes. National Weather Service has issued what we call a PDS tornado watch for the northwest corner of our viewing area, which includes our counties in southwestern Mississippi, which is currently under this tornado warning. It means a particularly dangerous situation. These do not get issued very regularly, so it means that the Weather Service is concerned about long-living or long-track tornadoes, number one, but also strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater in terms of intensity. Primary concerns still remain strong winds tied to any thunderstorms that do develop, but also because we're going to be experiencing a line of thunderstorms that will be heading our way as we get into the evening hours. Now, as we take a look at, again, your safe space for that tornado warning that's currently issued, Amite and Wilkinson counties, you want to get into this green shaded area. That is the safe space to be. So again, it's kind of the innermost portion of your home, away from windows, bottom floor, center part. Cover your head with a helmet, blanket, or pillows. So again, this is our tornado warning that's issued for portions of Wilkinson and Amite County. It looks like it has started to make its way more into Amite County. So those folks in the eastern side of Wilkinson County probably generally in the clear right now, as we're keeping our eyes right here on this little notch, this little extension of the thunderstorm, and it's right over top of Gloucester right now. So it's in that area where we have that most concern. And again, we'll focus in on that and show you exactly where we're talking about. So it's right here in this particular notch where we're dealing with that possible rotation signature, and we'll put in the velocity signature again for you, just to kind of give you an indication. Again, there's that signature of possible rotation where we've got the greens and the reds beginning to touch. And again, this is high definition look, not too far away. So we're getting more of a ground truth than we would if we were to use the National Weather Service radar, but we can also use the National Weather Service radar out of Hammond just to kind of get an indication. So here is the radar site out of National Weather Service in Hammond. And you can see more of a muddied picture because we're looking so far away. But if we look at the velocity signature from the National Weather Service radar, we also get the indication where we've got some of this green and red touching. Now keep in mind, our radar is actually scanning a little bit quicker or more, so we're getting a more accurate representation of where that signature has moved within the last couple of minutes. So you can see we're just getting another updated scan. So it's starting to move onto the north side of Gloucester right now. So this is going to be moving towards Whitecap. So those folks in Whitecap need to be into your safe space right now. So we'll move the camera here just a little bit, just to kind of give an indication. So again, it's in this area. We're most concerned about that possibility. Let's switch back over to the regular signature. I pushed the wrong button, my apologies. Let's see if we can get this to populate back to the regular radar signature. And again, so you look at this, and here's the outflow of the thunderstorm. So this is the wind rushing in this direction, and then you got the inflow that's coming in right here. So because of that, you get this natural twist in the atmosphere, and that's where we've got the rotation signature right now being indicated by Doppler radar. So again, this is a warning until 3:15 for portions of Amite and Wilkinson County, but we've moved out of Wilkinson County. So now the warning more for Amite County, and it's kind of northwestern corner of Amite County, north central Amite County. This is going to bypass to the north of Liberty, so you folks in Liberty, no concerns there. Right now over top of Gloucester, especially north side of Gloucester. So those are the areas that we want to be most concerned about seeking our secure location right now. And again, the source is still being indicated as radar indicated. So it's not that we have any ground truth that there is a tornado on the ground, but it's something we'll continue to monitor. But let's take a look, and you can see National Weather Service has just redrawn the tornado warning to exclude Wilkinson County. So now it's more for Amite County right now, and looks like meteorologist Henry Blake's handing me a note right now. Weather Service says we'll remove Wilkinson from the warning. Rotation, though, signature is strengthening, according to the National Weather Service, and obviously that is kind of what we have seen so far with some of our analysis of this thunderstorm. Again, using our First Alert weather, our First Alert radar network site over in the St. Francisville area. So let's look back at that velocity signature, make sure that we are still dealing with that signature. And yeah, it's still kind of right here in this area. Let's look at the debris signature. And what you're going to see here is a very muddled picture, but it may give us an idea of what could be there. And again, it's a very muddled picture, so nothing that I would look at to say, yeah, there's a debris signature there. Let's look at the Weather Service radar. Now they're going to be scanning a little bit higher in the sky, and yeah, there too, not really a signature that dictates that we have debris, which would indicate a tornado on the ground lifting debris in the air, which again would be detected by radar. So this right now still radar indicated because of that velocity signature, where we are seeing those greens and reds touching, now kind of moving out of the Gloucester area. So as we zoom in and focus, so now we're kind of north of Highway 24, running east along Highway 33. So this is starting to exit Gloucester. If you're in the city center of Gloucester and you've sought your shelter, you are now safe to get out. You're fine in the clear. It's now kind of northern portions of Whitecap, east of Highway 33, north of Gloucester and north of Whitecap. where this is kind of currently moving. So you can see Eunice in Mississippi, not the Eunice here in Louisiana. This is Eunice in Amite County, and then O'Neill, and then Hamachito could also be kind of nearby in those areas for where this is possibly going to be going. So again, we'll put in another storm track for you, just to kind of give you timing indications on where this could be heading. So again, Eunice 301, and then O'Neill around 311. So again, this is a radar indicated rotation signature, tornado warning until 3:15 for essentially northwestern corner of Amite County in southwestern Mississippi. We're detecting that rotation signature with our First Alert Radar Network site out in St. Francisville, getting a better idea, high definition, a better, closer look at that signature than if we were to use the National Weather Service radar over in Hammond. So just one of the tools and technology that we have here at WAFB, exclusive to us here at WAFB, that gives us that bird's eye view as to what's going on. So again, rotation signature moving out of Gloucester near Whitecap. It's going to be moving towards Eunice and maybe eventually into O'Neill in Amite County. Again, we have not detected any debris signature, which would indicate a tornado is on the ground. Even the signature in terms of velocity, not textbook to say that we do have a tornado on the ground. And now with the latest scan, even more so, because it's showing more of that broader rotation. So again, we'll draw in just kind of where we're seeing that indication, which would be right here. So again, this is going to be bypassing to the southeast of Crosby. So if you're in the Crosby area, you're going to be just fine. It's going to bypass you towards the northeast. Again, this is moving generally in that direction to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So we'll wait for one more scan, but it does look like that this signature is not tightening up. So it's becoming more broad in terms of the possibility of what we're looking at. And so, yeah, it's getting a little bit messed up in terms of that hook that we kind of look at. We'll put this into motion just to kind of give you a sense of movement. And you can kind of see towards the animation there how things were kind of a little bit tighter early on, and then it just starts to broaden out a little bit, becoming a little less pronounced in terms of that signature for tornadic development. So this is starting to move into more of a sparsely populated area of Amite County. But still, folks in Whitecap and then Eunice and O'Neill, if you're in those areas of Amite County, still want to seek your shelter right now, find that secure area in your home. Notice here towards the end, we've got this purplish shade of color, and wouldn't be surprised if maybe we're also seeing some hail. So let's look at our hail indicator, and it may take a second to kind of pop up in here if it is in here, but it does not look like we have any hail tied to this, so that's certainly good news, but certainly probably lots of lightning and some very heavy rainfall being detected with this particular thunderstorm as well. So again, here's our current look at the radar from our First Alert Radar Network site over in St. Francisville in West Feliciana Parish. You can see where we've got still a little bit of a hook designated by the reflectivity, but when we look at the velocity signature with our First Alert Radar Network site, it's becoming more broad. So this is the latest scan that we've got. So it does look like signature is not as pronounced in terms of the possibility of a tornado. So because this is moving through a fairly sparsely area, north of corner of our viewing area, we'll go back to regularly scheduled programming here. But if things start to tighten up, if things start to appear more so that we do have a tornado on the ground, we will certainly break back into coverage. Once again, we have another tornado warning that has just been issued by the National Weather Service, this time for East Feliciana Parish and St. Helena Parish. It remains in place until 4:30 this afternoon. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, meaning we do not have any ground truth, no debris signature as of yet, but we're keeping our eyes out for what could be the telltale signs of a tornado in progress. So here is a look at the traditional radar signature. You can see where we have at least some slightness of a curve here in the reflectivity of the red shade of color. So that is where we're seeing what we classify as a hook right now. And so you can see moving off towards the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So we're going to put a storm track on this, just to kind of give you an indication on exactly where this will be heading generally. Let me see if I can pull up my menu here just to get this going. All right. So we're going to put in a storm track, kind of give you an idea exactly where this is going to be moving, and you can see this is going to be heading towards Hatchersville around 410, Coleman Town around 422, Darlington around 425, and then Centerville School around 435. So this again, radar indicated tornado signature being detected by Doppler radar right now. Nothing that we have in terms of classifying it as on the ground. We'll switch over to the velocity signature just to kind of give you an indication of where we could be seeing some of that rotation. And you can see where we do have at least a pretty decent couplet right now. We call a couplet is when we see greens and reds beginning to touch together. So you can see that being in kind of the far southern portion of East Feliciana Parish here. So this is just east of Slaughter right now where we are seeing that particular signature in terms of the radar. So we're looking at this Doppler velocity. So that is a situation where we're looking at radar picking up the raindrop in terms of the falling direction and then speed. So it gives us an idea of wind speed and wind direction. And so that's what we're looking at right now. So again, to kind of reset, this is the tornado warning that we have for eastern half of East Feliciana Parish and then the northwestern corner of St. Helena Parish. That remains in place until 4:30 this afternoon. And again, that is radar indicated in terms of the tornado signature according to Doppler radar. So the traditional reflectivity look, and again, we're looking right here in this particular area for our area of concern right now, and that is going to be tied to where we are seeing the possibility of some of that rotation. So again, here is where our rotation signature would be evident, and that is exactly kind of what we're seeing right now when we look at the radar velocity. So when we look at the velocity signature, and it is exactly in that area where we're most concerned. So we'll zoom in on that, kind of give you an idea, some of the areas that probably need to start considering taking shelter. So this is, we're near Olive Branch. Highway 67, you can see kind of running up here. That runs eventually up towards Clinton. You can see Blairstown right here. So again, this is going to be moving generally north-northeast. So this will be moving right along Highway 959 between Highway 67 and Highway 409. So this particular rotation signature moving in that general direction. So any instance of roadway that I talked about in your location or any indication of where this could be tied to you, if you are in the path of this, you want to seek shelter immediately right now, because we do have at least a radar indicated look at the possibility of some of that rotation. So again, here is the signature that we're watching, this green and this red shade of color. We do not want them touching, but they are very close enough together to give us a pause for concern. And you can see highlighted here is that tornado warning outline. So that includes areas like Blairstown, Oaknolia, and then just right along Olive Branch. And again, this is moving off towards the northeast. Let's zoom out the perspective here. Just kind of give you the overall look at kind of what we're dealing with here across our area just within the last couple of hours here. So as we switch over to the radar, you can see how we've had a lot of our shower and thunderstorm action lifting off towards the north-northeast. So areas along and south of the interstate corridor are kind of where we're seeing showers developing, and then they're intensifying as they start to lift towards the north. So we're starting to see more of the more intense weather kind of driving into where we have the outline here of the tornado watch. So the tornado watch is in place generally for areas in the northwest corner of our viewing area. So that includes Amite, Wilkinson County in southwestern Mississippi. Then we've also got the Felicianas here, east and west. We've got Point Capee and then Concordia, Avoyelles, St. Landry parishes. So those are the areas that are under this tornado watch that is outlined here until 9 p.m. And this is what we call a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. And the reason that it's called that is because the concern is that we're going to be dealing with strong, long-lived tornadoes. So EF2 intensity or greater, and could be down on the ground for 30 minutes to an hour or even longer. So those are the concerns outlined within the tornado watch. You'll note Baton Rouge proper, areas towards New Orleans, not included in the watch, but don't think that that means that we're not going to be dealing with a threat for severe weather. It just looks like the ingredients for the best opportunity of things to spin up are going to be as they move into the tornado watch box area. But notice this big hefty line of storms off towards the west. That is headed here, and it will impact all of southeast Louisiana. So once that gets closer, expect the watch to either get expanded or a new watch to be issued for those areas that aren't currently under the watch. So let me see if I can pull this back up. We'll zoom back in on our tornado warned storm again in East Feliciana Parish and then moving into St. Helena Parish. You can see right here moving off towards the northeast at about 20-25 miles per hour. Let's put this into motion, just kind of give you that indication of track, and you can see again kind of moving along towards the northeast. So this will likely miss Clinton. So if you're in the Clinton area and you got the warning on your phone, this is likely to bypass you just towards the east. But if you are on the east side of Clinton, outside of the incorporated areas, probably want to start looking at seeking that shelter in your safe, secure spot. As we look at the velocity signature, again, according to radar, it's right here. That is the area that we're most concerned about. We'll get an updated scan, hopefully from the Weather Service radar here shortly. But as we zoom in again, there's Clinton right there. And here's our signature of at least most concern right in there, where we're going to be watching for that potential tornado to develop. But again, all indications are right now, this is a radar indicated source, so we're not looking at any ground observation or debris signature as it stands right now. So this is moving through East Feliciana Parish right now, heading towards St. Helena Parish. So we'll zoom out the perspective, kind of show you St. Helena Parish outlined here. So this is going to incorporate northwest corner here of St. Helena Parish, but really impact more so the Feliciana. So we'll zoom in over here and you can see how that's kind of making its way up here over towards East Feliciana, so the eastern half. So this is going to bypass Clinton again towards the east and southeast. So we'll zoom back over towards the area, put another storm track on it, just kind of give you the indication of where this is going to be heading, general direction, general time frame. Put that menu down. So Bob R. Jones, Idlewild Research Station around 401. You can see where that location is right there. Day School around 418, Coleman Town 425, and Chipola around 430 in terms of the time frames of when this signature could be headed your way. Again, this is radar indicated. You can see outlined here in this almost bright white red shade of color. That is our tornado warning that remains in place until 4:30 this afternoon. And that again is for areas that are in East Feliciana Parish and St. Helena Parish. Go back to the traditional look at radar. And again, this is going to be one of those situations where you're not going to see anything headed your way. Notice all the heavier rainfall. It's generally around where we're seeing the rotation signature in the Doppler velocity. This is what we call a rain wrap situation. If we were to be seeing a tornado on the ground, it's rain wrap. You're not going to be able to see it. It's going to be covered in rain, so to speak. So that is the concern here. If there is anything materializing with this, it's not going to be visible to you. It's going to kind of rain real hard and the tornado is going to rush on through right as the rain arrives. But again, nothing to indicate as of right now that we do have a tornado on the ground, but the tornado warning is in place. If you are in the immediate vicinity of this, you want to seek immediate shelter. Let's talk about that shelter and where you want to be. So know your safe space. Green indicates kind of the safe spots in your home, and that is going to be the innermost section of your home. You want to get as far away from windows as possible, basically putting as many walls between you and the exterior of the home. You also want to get to the bottom floor. If you have a multi-level apartment complex or you have a multi-level house, you want to get to the center part, lowest floor, away from windows. You want to bring something to cover your head. It's the most important asset on your body. That's either generally a helmet, if you have a bike helmet, blanket, or a pillow, and just kind of seek shelter until the tornado warning either expires, is canceled, or the system bypasses your area. So again, this is for the eastern half essentially of East Feliciana Parish, northwestern corner of St. Helena Parish until 4:30 this afternoon. But broader perspective in terms of kind of what we're dealing with generally across our area as we take a look at the viewing area. Again, this is the one warning we have right now, but we do have observed tornadoes off towards the north of us as well as to the west of us, just to the south of Alexandria. But this is the only warning we have right now across South Louisiana. But when we put in the radar and we'll put it into motion, you'll kind of see what is generally headed in our direction. So a lot of showers and thunderstorms here off towards the west. That's going to be driving its way towards the east. And then we've got these individualized storms that are moving from south to north. And it's within these individualized, we call them discrete cells, almost supercells is maybe what a common terminology is for these, where they're wrapping and rotating within the atmosphere itself because of the amount of shear that we have, which is a change of wind speed or wind direction as you build with height within the atmosphere. And so because of the influence of the wind shear on these thunderstorms, they're almost naturally rotating. And so all it takes is just a little bit of emphasis, a little bit of instability to allow for those to possibly produce a tornado, for it to touch the ground and eventually maybe hold together and lift off towards, eventually with these, towards the northeast. So you can see we've got a few more of these showers trying to develop in Assumption Parish. So as they move farther towards the north, may tap into better atmospheric conditions for spinning up some of these possible tornadoes. So you're going to be wanting to look to your southwest for the developing of these showers and thunderstorms as they lift off towards the north and then eventually towards the northeast. So again, that's kind of impacting areas in the Felicianas and St. Helena Parish. Again, this is off towards the eastern half of East Feliciana Parish, lifting off towards the northeast. You can kind of make out the signature here with the radar reflectivity, how heavy the rain is right now with this. Again, not really seeing any hail signature with it, but definitely some very hefty looking rain tied to this currently right now. So what we'll do is we'll take one more scan of that velocity signature just to kind of see if we are indeed still seeing that rotation signature according to radar. We'll switch that on to velocity, gives us an idea. Wind direction, wind speed, kind of a broad signature. Kind of not as pronounced, more of a broad circulation. But you notice this brighter shade of red right here just to the southeast of Clinton. That's some very strong wind. So even if we're not dealing with a tornado on the ground, probably definitely a big strong gust of wind. It's going to be tied to this thunderstorm action right now. So again, moving off towards the northeast. Let's put just one more storm track on it just to kind of give you an indication. I don't know if I put the right one. There we go. So again, the Bob R. Jones Idlewood Research Station 402, so 2 minutes away, Day School 418, Colemantown 425, and then Chipola around 431 in terms of the trajectory of this storm. Again, would likely stay east-southeast of Clinton itself. So if you're in the city limits of Clinton, I think you're fine. If you're in the unincorporated areas along to the east, that's where probably have a little bit more concern in terms of probably wanting to seek shelter. So as we kind of zoom in on that area, so you take a look here, Highway 10. If you're in anywhere Highway 10 between Clinton and Colemantown, then we've got Hatchersville. It's probably going to bypass that area to the west. So right now, signature kind of right along Highway 63 or just to the south of that. So it's essentially going to be moving in between in the middle parts of these. So I would say it's probably going to be more closer to Colemantown then obviously Clinton right here on Highway 10. But definitely as you go towards the parish line right here between East Feliciana Parish and St. Helena Parish. So again, the signature kind of moving off in that general northeast direction. If you are in any of those areas, you're going to still want to seek shelter right now, even though it does look like broad circulation as it stands right now according to Doppler velocity. But the bottom line is this can easily and quickly tighten up and produce that tornado because of just how the environment is right now. The environment very conducive for spin ups and these isolated tornadoes to develop, and so that's the concern we've been dealing with our first alert weather day is because of that. And so that's what we're most concerned with right now in terms of what we're watching. So again, we'll zoom out the perspective. Again, tilted up just a little bit towards the north, moving off towards the northeast. There's Clinton right there. And again, Coleman Town about right here. So it's going to be bypassing at least the signature, the rotation within the velocity signature will probably bypass halfway in between point of Clinton and then Coleman Town. Let's just peek at the debris signature. I doubt that there's going to be anything in there of most concern, but it's right here that we would be looking for anything, and certainly nothing that would indicate that we do have a debris signature. So as a result of that, I doubt that we have anything necessarily on the ground at this point, but certainly something we'll be keeping at least an eye on as we move forward. So it does look like this is a broad circulation at this time. So if it tightens up again, if it shows a debris signature, if we get any confirmation from the National Weather Service, we'll break back into coverage, into programming. But for right now, we will send you back to regularly scheduled programming.
strong to severe storms rolling through the area. Isolated in our local area right now, more widespread out to the west. But we do have a new tornado warning. This is related to the same cell that Jeff Morrow was telling you about a little while ago. We're going to zoom in and take a closer look at the cell that has prompted the warning. So right now, this is an extreme northwestern St. Helena Parish. This is the area of concern. That tornado warning, it's in effect through 5:15. That's going to be for parts of St. Helena Parish, Amite, and a little bit of Pike County. That warning is in effect. Nothing actually confirmed with this as it stands right now, but radar's been showing some rotation again here in northwestern St. Helena Parish. So let me switch over to the velocity view and give you a look at what we're seeing with this and kind of get an updated look at the velocity. And it's not a strong signature at this point in time. It'd be right about in there. We'll switch to a slightly different velocity product, and you see a slightly better view on that right now. And we'll come in just a little bit closer, kind of give you an idea where that storm is at this hour. Come in pretty tight on it. So you can see here, this is kind of north of 432 in northwestern St. Helena Parish at this hour, lifting up to the northeast. Let me back out on this just a little bit, and looks like we just got an updated scan in on the cell. So let's move this down. So it's approaching the state line at this hour. Now let's look at some other radar products, see what we have. We're going to come back to our radar in Hammond. And one thing we can look at is the wind shear or the rotation, if you will, within the cell. So you can see there's been a path of rotation detected here by radar as it's been lifting up to the northeast. Generally, where you see the shades of green, that is weaker rotation. Where we see these little pockets of red, at some moderate rotation. So we've seen some decent rotation. However, as we switch over to the debris detection, there hasn't been much. This looks a little bit interesting now. Let me put that in motion, kind of see what we've got with that, see how that looks. So again, our storm is lifting up. That's just in one frame. Hard to say if that may be debris or not. Let me switch back to the velocity view on this and kind of take an updated look and see what we've got on it. So again, this warning is in effect until 5:15 as it stands right now. Get my box here. There we go. And we're going to come in on it. So our rotation is showing up in this general area. Doesn't look terribly strong on radar as it stands right now, but it was enough to prompt that tornado warning from the National Weather Service here in northern St. Helena Parish. So let's back out on this. Henry, what's the forward motion on the cell, if you don't mind? If you northeast at 25, Henry tells me. So let's draw a storm track on this and give you an idea where that might be headed next. So if we put that northeast at about 25, you can see that's going to keep it kind of southeast of Liberty, west of Osika, well south of Macomb for now. But if you're up around Macomb, keep an eye on this, because if this storm holds together and if we continue to see some rotation, eventually head in your general direction, probably about an hour or so away if that were to happen. But right now, we're seeing that rotation. Henry, we're seeing anything new from the National Weather Service on it?
Yeah, nothing at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, and no reports either.
Nothing new from the Weather Service, Henry is saying at this point in time. So let me switch back to the traditional radar view here for a moment and give you a look at the big picture. That's really the only cell of concern in our local area as it stands right now, that one that's in northern St. Helena, about to head into southeastern Amite County at this hour where we have the tornado warning. But you now see this line that's gathering out to our west. In fact, let's switch over to the Lake Charles radar, give us a much better view. And we've got several warnings in effect with that one. And this has been a long-lived tornadic cell that's now in Cameron Parish that originated around Galveston Bay. It's been moving off to the east. And when you see that purple polygon show up here, that is a confirmed tornado report from the Weather Service. So let's zoom in on that. And so that one right now moving through Cameron Parish. It's a little bit south of Lake Charles at this hour, but apparently a confirmed tornado given from what I'm seeing on that polygon. Let's take a look at the velocity view. And there you see much better rotation showing up on this cell as it stands right now as that moves off to the east. Let's see what the debris looks like. Not an obvious debris signature at this point in time, but as we take a look at the shear, there you see how we've got more of that red and occasionally even a little bit of yellow showing up. If you look at our yellow, the red is some strong shear, strong rotation, and the yellow is kind of classified as extreme. So much better rotation showing up in that cell right now in southwest Louisiana than maybe what we're seeing up along the state line. But obviously, we still want to keep an eye on this. All right, so let's switch back to our local radar right now and give you a look at, let's take an updated look, see if we're getting anything new on this one as it kind of trends across the state line up into Amite County at this hour. All right, so there's our tornado warning. That's in effect through 5:15. We'll switch this back over to the velocity view, see if we've got anything new showing up. So again, not an obvious signature. Take a look at a slightly different product. With the general rotation right now, right along the state line, not seeing anything obvious, which is a little bit of good news at this point in time. And also, again, the Weather Service has yet to confirm anything. This looks interesting, but hard to say if that's an actual debris signature at this time because I'm not seeing a strong signature in our velocity necessarily. What you'd like to see if you're trying to confirm that there might be some debris as detected by radar, some pretty decent rotation on that velocity view, kind of co-located with potential debris signature. So a little bit of uncertainty on whether that's actually debris or not at this point in time. So we definitely want to keep an eye on that. I'm going to draw the storm track on it for you again. So it's roughly in this area, moving up to the northeast at 25. So you can see within what, the next 15, 20 minutes or so, or next 30 minutes, be west of Magnolia, Mississippi. I would have it passing a little bit northwest of Osika as well. So we are keeping a close eye on that. Let's come back to the velocity here one more time, and still not seeing much on that at this point in time. So we're going to watch that as it heads up into Amite County. All right, let's kind of reset here and give you the big picture view. So we've got a few other showers around the area at this point in time. That's the only stronger cell that we have locally, but we are going to be tracking this line out to our west that'll start to impact the western parts of our viewing area probably sometime after 6 p.m. Give it about another hour and a half, 2 hours. Going to start to infringe on western parts of our viewing area. Metro Baton Rouge, we're thinking more like in the 7 to 10, 7 to 11 window is going to be the peak activity with this line as it moves off to the east. And again, let me change that over to Lake Charles for a little better view, and we'll put this into motion for you too, just to see how it's moving. So you can see all these polygons popping up. Those are warnings in association with the line, and it certainly had a history of producing severe weather. Tornado watch right now extends just west and northwest of Baton Rouge. I think there's a good chance we'll see additional watches though into the evening. So that line marching off to the east, that is going to be the main thing we track into the evening outside of an isolated storm or two like this one right now that's crossing the state line and headed up into southwestern Mississippi. So let me take one more look at that one before we maybe wrap it up for now and keep a close eye on things. We'll bring you updates if need be. So we're going to come back in on this cell right now. It's now headed up into southern Amite County and show you what's happening with it. So again, it's a little bit southwest of Macomb. That'd be southeast of Liberty. Here's the cell that we're watching. So that's the traditional radar view. The reflectivity, as the meteorologists like to say. As we take a look at the velocity on it, let's see what we're picking up. Still not a strong signature showing up at this point in time. A little bit maybe showing up there, but what you look for on a view like this are those radar couplets, as we call it, right? Where you've got pixels of red and green next to each other. The red indicates winds that are blowing away from the radar site down in Hammond. The green indicates winds that are blowing towards the radar site in Hammond. So not a strong signature at this point in time, but that warning remains in effect through 5:15. So that's still another half hour or so as that moves up to the northeast. And Henry, I assume still nothing new from the Weather Service? Okay. All right. So Henry's saying nothing new on that. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up for now. We're going to keep a close eye on that cell as it moves up into Amite County. Let me give you the radar view one more time here before we send you back to programming, just to show you. We're going to be tracking that one cell as it tracks up in Amite County, and then watching this line very closely this evening and tonight that will pose the main severe weather threat as it approaches. So we'll say roughly the window of 6 p.m. to midnight, that's going to be the main threat. 6 p.m. on the west side of our viewing area, west side of Baton Rouge. Midnight's going to be east of Baton Rouge. Metro Baton Rouge will kind of be in between, as we talked about. All right, so we're keeping a close eye on things. Myself, Henry Blake's here. We're tracking it all for you. For now, we're going to send it back to programming.
615, yeah, east at 50.
Okay. Oh, come on, code. Oh, come on, computer. Good evening, everyone. Meteorologist Steve Caparati here. That line of strong to severe storms we've been warning you about starting to move into western and northwestern parts of our viewing area. We do have a new tornado warning to tell you about. That's in effect for northern Point Coupee Parish and just about all of West Feliciana Parish. That's going to be in effect through 6:15 this evening, where you see this blinking purple polygon right now in St. Landry Parish. That's where radar actually confirmed the tornado a little bit earlier on. So we do have some active cells rolling in as we track all this moving off to the east. So we need to be ready now. Things are going to get much more active over the next several hours. Okay, let me come on in and give you a closer look at this cell that has prompted the new tornado warning in northern Point Coupee and parts of West Feliciana Parish. It's right now just south of Simmsport at this hour. It's about to cross LA1 there in northern Point Coupee Parish. So as that continues off to the east, in fact, let me draw a track on this. It's moving rather fast off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So we're going to get that into about 50 miles per hour. And so you can see if that were to hold together, now it may kind of track a little bit north of St. Francisville, but that has it into St. Francisville by about 6:10 this evening. But certainly some of the communities north of St. Francisville, like Laurel Hill, Wakefield, you would potentially be in the path of that cell as well. So that's definitely something we're going to be keeping a close eye on. So let me switch over to the velocity view on this one now and see what that looks like, see what kind of signature we're getting. So this appears to be our rotation right in here, just southeast of Simmsport at this hour. Let me switch to a slightly different view. So again, right about right in this general area, that is the rotation that we're tracking right now. And you see that we just got a bit of an updated scan showing in. It's not the clearest signature, nothing confirmed here. We'll switch over to the debris, not seeing any evidence of a debris signature showing up just yet. Another thing we can look at is our shear product here, which gives us an idea of storms that may be rotating. Right now, this is showing generally a weak signature, so a little bit of good news on that front, but the National Weather Service seeing enough to go with that tornado warning that they did issue for northern Point Coupee Parish and the red shading here and on into West Feliciana Parish as well. Let me back this view out just a little bit. And I want to give you a look down here in St. Landry Parish as well, what we've been tracking. So let me bring it in and then we'll kind of switch radar views, give you a look at what we're looking at with this one. Let's take a look at the radar out of Fort Johnson and get a look at this one. So it's with this cell that was kind of north, right now north of Port Barry. That's where the Weather Service had been seeing some rotation, and indeed looks like we are still seeing some rotation on that right now. So let's come in closer and take a look at what we've got. So here's our area of rotation right now. Looks like that's moving right along 190, moving east towards Melville. So you want to take shelter with this cell in and around Melville. We are still seeing some rotation showing up with that one at this hour as it moves east along 190. Earlier there was enough from the radar to actually confirm a tornado. Let's switch over to the debris signature product. Not seeing anything clear cut on this. Let's take a look at the shear and see what we're getting. And you can see some of that wind shear that's been showing up there along 190. But in St. Landry Parish and then headed over towards Melville, watch out. That storm could be producing something. All right, let me widen the view out here. So also here in the orange shading, that's a large severe thunderstorm warning. Not only are we talking about the tornadic threat, but within the severe thunderstorm warning area, we could be looking at some damaging winds. And there's been a long track tornado that's now in southwest Louisiana. That one started out in southeast Texas. Now, I don't think it's been on the ground continuously, but this cell's been cycling, and we've frequently seen a debris signature out of that one as it's been moving off to the east. So you can see the purple polygon that indicates a confirmed tornado that was in Cameron Parish at this hour. All right, let's switch back to kind of the traditional radar view and give you the broad perspective on what is happening right now. So we do have some scattered cells kind of out ahead of this main line. This main line, though, over the next several hours is going to be posing the primary severe weather threat for our area, and that's going to come in all forms of potential severe weather. Damaging winds, hail, tornadoes all on the board, and we can't rule out an isolated tornado. So we encourage you, please stay up to date on what's going on with the weather over the next several hours. Looks like we've got a new warning now popping up in southwestern Mississippi as well. Let's see what we've got here. So a new tornado warning, Wilkinson, Amite counties. That's in effect through 6:30 this evening. So let me take a look at that one now and see what we've got going on. We'll switch over. Let's first zoom in on it, and then we'll take a look at the velocity view. So now new cells moving into western Wilkinson County, prompting a new tornado warning. That would be west of 61, west of Woodville at this hour right now. That's what the Weather Service is tracking. And so we'll turn on the velocity on this one, see what we've got. And you can see some evidence of maybe some rotation there that has moved just across the Mississippi River into western Wilkinson County. Switch it over to a slightly different view, and still looking pretty similar. So that now prompting a new tornado warning. We'll take a look at the debris. Nothing obvious showing up there. Let's take a look at the wind shear. We see some hints of a little bit of stuff, nothing obvious, but that is now a new tornado warning with the cell that's moved into western Wilkinson County. So again, that's going to be moving very close to Woodville as this moves off to the east. There you can see Woodville now on the map. That cell moving in. So if you're in and around Woodville, take shelter right now in case that produces anything. Let me bring my laptop on in here, and I'm just going to peek down at the Weather Service to see what, if anything, if they've got any updates. Not seeing much new as of yet. They do reference they're going to be issuing probably a new tornado watch. A little while ago, the tornado watch was expanded to include parts of Metro Baton Rouge over towards Hammond. So that's been something else that we're tracking. All right, I want to switch over to a slightly different radar view, because remember, we've also got our radar north of St. Francisville. So this is the traditional reflectivity as seen from our First Alert radar network and that radar that's in St. Francisville. We do have some cells right now, St. Francisville northward at this hour, but the two we're tracking are one that's here in northern Point Coupee Parish, and then the one that's moving into western Wilkinson County. Let's see if we can get my toolbar to activate here. If not, let me walk over the computer real quick and see if we can get that going, because I want to give you a look at what's going on with the velocity as seen from this radar site, see if we've got anything showing up. So let's toggle that on, and there we go. All right, so here we've got one area of rotation. I'm going to come back on camera. So this is as seen from our radar in St. Francisville, or just north of St. Francisville. It looks like the area of rotation that has prompted the warning for Wilkinson County over in Amite County right now, that's very close to Woodville. So certainly if you're in and around Woodville, take shelter right now. Nothing confirmed at this point, but the radar indicated rotation enough to prompt that tornado warning from the National Weather Service as that one moves off to the east. And then you can see as we head off to the southwest, here's our other area rotation a little bit north of Morganza. So we're talking about maybe not too far from Bachelor and Ennis that we're seeing some rotation showing up in northern Point Coupee Parish. That's moving off to the east. And again, nothing confirmed with this one, but that one could track close to St. Francisville if it holds together. So certainly in around St. Francisville, take shelter as well. All right, let me go back now and let me close this map, this toolbar here real quick so that we can kind of take a broader view of what's going on right now and give you a look. All right, so things are starting to get really active in the area at this hour. Let's pull this back out and get the big picture right now. So you can see this line of showers and storms. I'll put it into motion for you, show you how everything is progressing as it stands right now. That's moving off to the east. Doesn't seem like it wants to play for me right now, but that's moving off to the east at a rather quick clip. So things are going to be getting much more active here over the next hour or two as that line moves off. We do have a number of warnings in effect, and that's especially just northwest of Baton Rouge at this hour. You can see that we've got severe thunderstorm warnings here in orange. We've got those tornado warnings we talked about. We've got more warnings in effect in and around Lake Charles as well at this hour. And then you can see we've got some additional scattered cells starting to break out around Baton Rouge. These are non-severe at this hour, but we'll need to keep an eye out. Any one of these individual cells out ahead of the main line, if it's able to intensify enough, could start to become a little more of a tornadic concern. So that's also something we're going to be keeping an eye on as we watch this. So let me come back to our cell here in northern Point Coupee Parish. And again, we're going to draw a track on that one. That's moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So as that one moves off to the east, if it holds together, that's into or near or just north of St. Francisville by about 6:10. So right now it's 5:53, so another 17 minutes, 15, 17 minutes. That'll be close to St. Francisville. Closer to 6:20, that's moving in around Jackson. So that's going to be certainly one to keep an eye on as it moves off to the east. And then as we take you up into Wilkinson County, Henry, do you have a speed on the one that's in Wilkinson County right now? 50 as well on this one, Henry tells me. Thank you. So we'll draw a track on that. So as that one's moving off, you can see that would have it into Gloucester here by about 6:16. So another, 20 minutes or so from Gloucester if it holds together. It's very close to Woodville at this hour. Let's come in closer on it once again and take a look at that, see what it's looking like. So this is the traditional radar view, but what I'm going to do, we'll switch it over to the velocity and see what that's looking like. Get that out the way first. All right, come on, computer. Computer's not agreeing with me right now. So I'm going to walk over there real quick and show you what we're tracking. That cell right now is near and just northwest of Woodville. That one has some concerns that it could be producing a tornado as well. So let's take a look at the velocity view. It's a little bit of a messy signature there. Let's see if there's anything shows up here. Not an obvious signature at this point. So we are just keeping an eye on some radar indicated rotation there north of Woodville. And certainly some strong winds being detected. So you can see radar detecting winds better than 70 miles per hour. Now that's not necessarily at the surface. Keep in mind that's a decent distance from the radar site, so those winds are being detected at some elevation several thousand feet up, but still some strong winds could translate to the surface as those storms move off to the east. All right, let's go back now to the traditional view And as I tried to do for you earlier, I'm going to put this all in motion, show you how this line is progressing. So here's our line of showers and storms moving quickly off to the east. You've heard that some of these individual cells have been moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. See all this series of polygons popping up. By the way, look at this. Another confirmed tornado warning now with the cell that is north of Macomb at this hour. So we've also got that going on. But this line marching east is going to pose quite a severe weather threat over the next couple of hours as it moves on in. You can see the other confirmed tornado that's been in Cameron Parish, and that's been one that's been cycling, and a cell that we've been tracking for hours now through much of the afternoon into the evening. Started out near Galveston Bay and has made its way into southwest Louisiana. All right, let me give you a look at what we've got in terms of the watches right now. All right, here's a look at the tornado watch as it stands at this hour. Tornado watch is in effect for a decent chunk of our viewing area through 9 p.m. That includes Metro Baton Rouge to Hammond. That's relatively new. That was done just in the last 30 minutes. The watch was expanded a bit, but the Weather Service also telling us that it's likely we'll see the issuance of a new watch at some point to probably cover most of, if not all of our viewing area here as that line of storms moves off to the east. So remember, watch means tornadoes, severe weather are possible. A warning means that it's either imminent or occurring or observed. So a little bit of a difference there between the watch and warning and what they mean. All right, let's see if we can get back to our radar now and take a look at what's going on here. What I'm going to do, first we'll give you the big picture, but I want to come back into our radar site north of St. Francisville and see if we've got anything obvious that we're picking up on with this one. All right, so this one, our exclusive First Alert radar north of St. Francisville, there's the traditional radar view, but what I want to do is switch to velocity and see if we are detecting anything from these two cells that are tornado warned right now. All right, so we are seeing a couple of areas of rotation. To me, these look a little bit broad right now. So that's a little bit of good news, but certainly keep your guard up. So right now, you've got one that's moving east, about to cross the Mississippi River from Point Coupee into West Feliciana at this hour. Maybe some broad rotation showing up there. And then we've had some broad rotation at times showing up near Woodville. I'm not seeing any obvious signatures there. That's the little bit of good news as it stands right now. So that there is some good news on that front. All right, let's come back and take a look at, let's kind of reset on things here. And sorry, folks, I'm juggling a couple of different systems. So coming back and forth, but I'm going to try and stay on camera here for a bit now. So let's pause this and give you a look at what's going on right now. There's our line of showers and storms. You see all these warnings that are lining up ahead of it. We're starting to get scattered showers and some cells lining up out ahead of it as well. These look non-severe at this hour. Let's turn on the lightning, see what the lightning is looking like. So a lot of lightning showing up, and in fact, we can turn on the lightning counter. And so you can see nearly 1,000 lightning strikes being detected along that line right now. It is certainly pretty active as it stands at this hour. But the main concern here is a couple of things. Number one, damaging winds and any of the strong severe storms, and then the tornado threat as well. So let's come into our couple of areas that have been especially active over the last 30 to 45 minutes. We've got the one tornado warning, Point Coupee into West Feliciana Parish. That is in effect until 6:15 as that cell moves off to the east at 50. Again, that's getting ready to cross the Mississippi River, and that'll track close to St. Francisville, maybe a touch north, so that would put it close to maybe like Laurel Hill. Nothing confirmed out of that at this hour, but still something we're kind of keeping an eye on as it stands right now, that tornado warning that from Point Coupee into West Feliciana. And then we've got the one That's in parts of Wilkinson and Amite counties right now. That cell is very close to Woodville as it stands right now. So you can see it's starting to move a little bit eastward. Let's switch over to the velocity view and see what we've got, if anything, showing up on it. All right, so here's the velocity view right now. Not seeing anything too obvious. Switch over to a slightly different view. Not seeing much different there. And then we'll check out our shear product. Let's look over the last hour. So you can see there have been some pockets of rotation. That's in essence what this is showing, but nothing obvious at this point in time. So it's a little bit of good news. But again, Weather Service saw enough to put warnings out on both of these. All right, so let me take a look at if the Weather Service has provided any updates. No, Henry's saying no, and that's, I'm just glancing here at my laptop. No updates at this point in time on those warnings, so a little bit of good news. All right, let's broaden this back out and give you a look at what's happening right now. So this gives you a decent perspective on the warnings. You've got the 2 tornado warnings we talked about. The orange is a severe thunderstorm warning. So all of Point Coupee is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like pretty much all of West Feliciana and Wilkinson counties under that severe thunderstorm warning, and areas to the west as well. You can see a tornado warning north of Macomb, and then you can see additional severe thunderstorm warnings right now near and west of Lafayette, between Lafayette and Lake Charles. So obviously a lot going on at this hour. Henry, are you ready if we come over to you for a minute?
In just a second. Give me just
Okay, yeah, Henry's getting a little more together, so when Henry's ready, we will go back to him. All right, let's switch. There we go. All right, we've got a confirmed tornado, it appears now, showing up here in Wilkinson and Amite. So that's just brand new. So let me come in on this. When you see those polygons go kind of that purple shade, that is the Weather Service saying confirmed tornado. Let's see if they put anything in the chat. Just give me a second here while I read the latest on this. A confirmed tornado located near Centerville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. All right, so this is, here we go right now. Confirmed tornado on this cell. They say near Centerville, which would be farther off to the east. Let's take a look at the velocity data on this and see what they're looking at. I guess let's try that again. Didn't seem to pop up. All right, there's our warning. Gloucester, there's Woodville. And let's see if we can get back to the velocity data here now and show you what's going on. Doesn't seem to be cooperating. I'm going to move over here and switch it over to velocity. See what the latest is with this. Bear with me just a second, folks. All right, so here's our velocity view, and I'm still not seeing an obvious signature there. But the Weather Service, let's switch over to debris. You know, it's hard to say that that's anything definitive just in that view right now, but the Weather Service saying enough, they think, to confirm a tornado with this cell that's moving between Woodville and Centerville at this hour. So if you are in eastern Amite County, western Pike County right now, between Woodville, Centerville, Liberty, Gloucester, please take shelter right now. You want to be on the lowest floor, whatever building you're in. You want to get to an interior room. You want to try and get away from exterior walls, windows, things like that, and wait this out until it passes. Again, if nothing else, we're seeing some very strong winds being detected on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour showing up in this product. But the Weather Service did go ahead and go with a confirmed tornado on this one. All right, let's see. Let me switch, and we'll draw a track on this. Roughly moving 50 miles per hour. So that'll be near just south of Gloucester here in the next 10 minutes, and then it would track very close to Liberty by 6:30. So again, confirmed tornado according to the National Weather Service with that cell, even though the radar signature at first glance doesn't look quite as obvious to me as what you might expect with a confirmed tornado. Let's go back to the velocity again, see what we've got. Yeah, not seeing too much difference. Certainly strong winds, and I'd be ready for strong winds all along the length of this as it moves off to the east. So you can see there's your the Amite-Pike County line right there, just east of Woodville. That cell moving off to the east right now, about 50 miles per hour. The Weather Service saying they confirmed a tornado with it. Let me take a peek again. All right, yeah, not seeing much new from them. Let's get over Henry Blake's for a little more at this point in time. Henry?
Hey, yeah, thank you, Steve. We've been forecasting it that the worst of the weather is going to be during the evening hours here across southeast Louisiana and southwest Mississippi, at least the more widespread severe weather threat, and that is the case right now. Our Sky 9 camera looking quiet for the moment. Those storms well off to the west of the Baton Rouge area, likely producing plenty of lightning, as we have a few of them that have turned severe. So that's why we have that that first alert weather day, which will continue through early Sunday morning. What are we expecting? Well, severe thunderstorms, obviously, with the potential of producing tornadoes. We've had that occur several times today, and that potential will linger. As far as the hail threat, it is slight lower than the tornado threat. Gusty wind, strong damaging wind threat, that is in the moderate category, because as that squall line approaches and some of those stronger storms do move into your area, you could feel some pretty strong wind. As for flooding, a slight chance with the heavy rain that is occurring right now. Let's take a look at the watches. Everyone shaded in red. These are tornado watches, which extend from central Mississippi along I-55 down from Jackson into Hammond, and then it moves westward along the I-10 and 12 corridor from Hammond, Baton Rouge through Lafayette, as well as Lake Charles. And you'll notice several more of our parishes, especially down Iberia Parish, have been added to this tornado watch. It will continue until 9 o'clock this evening. Don't be surprised if it does get extended again, but we are all under that potential of severe weather for the next several hours. As for the current warnings, every polygon you see here are some kind of warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings across southwestern Louisiana. Here in southeast Louisiana and western Mississippi, anyone in yellow, you are under severe thunderstorm warnings. In red, we have those tornado warnings in effect. Notice that tornado warning does include St. Francisville, as well as the one in Mississippi that includes Centerville. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening across St. Francisville. Notice Morganza north of you, that warning has been trimmed a little bit farther to the east, which is good news. But St. Francisville residents, you need to be in your safe space now. For now, Jackson, you are not under a warning. However, we will be looking out for you as well. Gloucester, Centerville, tornado warning for you due to that confirmed tornado. Woodville, severe thunderstorm warning now, no longer under a tornado warning. But notice, once again, Centerville, Gloucester, as well as Liberty and Crosby, tornado warnings once again, and this time another confirmed tornado. What do you need to know as far as safety? Well, when there's a tornado warning, you always want to get to the center of your building and home, away from windows, in place like a closet or even your hallway. As long as it doesn't have windows, you are better off there so that you don't have anything to worry about. Be sure to cover your head with a pillow, blanket, something to protect your head. Now, as far as watches and warnings, the difference, watches mean the ingredients are there. That's why we remain under that watch for the time being until at least 9 o'clock, maybe later. Now, if you are under a warning, that means that conditions are favorable, or at least the conditions have been confirmed. Like tornado warning, that means A, either a tornado has been confirmed, or B, we're seeing radar indication of a tornado. So that's when you really want to take shelter from these storms. We're going to continue to monitor these storms as they approach the area, especially Baton Rouge and surrounding areas. That's going to be continuing over the next few hours. But for now, we've got a little bit of news to talk about, so I'm going to toss it back over to Ethan.
Thanks, Henry. Listen, as we look at this potentially severe weather rolling through our viewing area, our team is on standby, including in our exclusive Titan 9 storm tracking truck, which you are seeing live pictures from right now, or we're going to try to get that up. You can stay with us with WAFB as we work to keep you and your family safe on this First Alert Weather Day. Our WAFB First Alert Weather team is tracking the potential for severe storms all night long here on Channel 9, but you can also stay updated by downloading the First Alert Weather app. Just search WAFB in your phone's app store. The Ascension Parish government is closing down the Marvin Bro Boatway due to rising water levels. Officials say the waterway's pump stations will remain manned throughout the closure. And as a result of this weather rolling through, the Baton Rouge Zoo has announced they will not be remaining open for this evening for their Zoo Light show. To keep up with any other potential closures or delays due to inclement weather, you can check out our story on WAFB.com and the 9 News app. And travel troubles caused by the severe weather. We're looking at the resulting backups as people return home from the holiday vacations. Folks, welcome back to 9 News at 6. I'm Liam Combs. The severe weather we're dealing with isn't just affecting us here at home. It's affecting holiday travelers returning home this weekend. Millions are under a tornado watch across the South, where a level 3 and 4 out of 5 warnings for severe weather are active. John Lawrence has more.
Severe weather is expected across the South on Saturday with an outbreak of severe storms and possible tornadoes. Millions are under watches that extend from Texas to Alabama.
We do have a prolonged period of strong to severe thunderstorms, already seeing power outages beginning to mount.
The impacts come as millions of holiday travelers make their way back home. More than 18,000 flights around the U.S. were delayed or canceled Thursday and Friday, and as of Saturday afternoon, more than 100 flights have been canceled Saturday in the U.S., according to FlightAware.com.
This is going to be where most of the delays will be confined today, but notice that we do have the threat for some travel delays across the Northwest as well.
Meanwhile, out west, the risk of heavy rain and mountain snow is expected this weekend. 1 to 2 feet of snow is forecasted across the Northwest and Rockies, causing travel headaches for some drivers.
I got a little freaked out, so I called my parents, and so they were like, just pull over, see what you guys can do.
We got stuck in the snow and we couldn't put on these chains, and he helped us put this on.
Winter weather alerts are in place in parts of the Cascades and Rockies. Heavy rainfall is also expected in parts of the Pacific Northwest, where the area could see up to 10 inches through the weekend. I'm John Lawrence reporting.
All right, a tornado warning ongoing at this hour for parts of Wilkinson, Amite counties. Right in here, that's Centerville. Here's Gloucester. It's this area we've been tracking. That storm moving off to the east. We're going to have much more on that and other storms approaching from the west coming up next. Good evening, everyone. Start you out with our First Alert Radar Network. We are tracking a line of strong to severe storms marching eastward at this hour. As you see on the bottom of the screen, we do have at least one tornado warning in effect for our local area. So we're going to bring you in closer to that one right now, which is getting ready to move out of Wilkinson County into Amite at this hour. And so this one has been tracking near and just north of Centerville. The Weather Service had said confirmed on it, but I got to be honest, I didn't see a whole lot in the radar imagery, at least to be enough to confirm it, but there may be some more information they've had access to that I have not seen. So here's what we've got on the radar screen right now. We're certainly seeing some strong winds here showing up near and south of Gloucester, and if we put a storm track on this as it moves off to the east at roughly 50 miles per hour, sorry, getting near the edge of the screen here. But as we put a storm track on that, you can see that'll have it into Liberty here roughly around 6:30. Right now it is 6:18, so not that far away if it were to hold together. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. So a lot going on as it stands right now with these storms. All right, let's back this back out. So that's the area of greatest interest. We do have another tornado warning that's a little bit outside of our viewing area. That's over southwest of Lafayette, and we'll switch the radars here to give you a better look at what's going on with this one, but we've certainly seen some of these storms showing plenty of rotation. Not seeing anything too obvious there. Let's switch over to this, and yeah, not seeing anything too obvious, but this is the same cell that started out in southeast Texas this afternoon, producing the tornado. At times was showing a confirmed tornado in Cameron Parish, and now moving across northern Vermilion Parish. So we do still have quite a bit of active weather moving in from the west, and we need to be ready for things to really pick up. Damaging winds are going to be a big concern here, but obviously the potential for a few tornadoes very much in play as well. You can also see we've got a large area under a severe thunderstorm warning. If you can make out that orange shading, this polygon, that includes a number of parishes, locations especially just north of Baton Rouge. It does include the northern half of EBR, but many of the parishes, the Felicianas, parts of Wilkinson, Amite, Pike counties here, back towards Point Capee under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect till 6:45, and that's for that this line of storms as it moves off to the east. Even where there's not necessarily a tornadic threat, there could certainly be some strong damaging winds. Let's bring this a little closer to Baton Rouge, because we do have some cells showing up out ahead of the main line. Non-severe stuff at this hour, but certainly pretty stormy around the area right now. In fact, let me toggle on the lightning, give you a look at what we've got. Not too much lightning in and around the metro area. You can see a bit more though showing up as you go a little bit west of New Roads at this hour, between New Roads and Port Barry. We've got quite a bit of lightning, but a pretty heavy cell between Plaquemine and Addis. We're not seeing anything to indicate any specific concerns with this one. Just looking, the Weather Service canceled the tornado warning for Wilkinson County, but did continue that, it looks like, up towards to Amite County. So still tracking that. We'll bring you up to it. Still tracking this one for a potential tornado. So again, Liberty in particular, you guys need to be ready in case that storm does produce a tornado. The Weather Service was saying confirmed. I'm not quite sure what they were basing that on, but we need to certainly treat it that way. Now you see all the lightning that's lining up with this. Let's turn on the lightning counter so you can see better than 800 lightning strikes showing up along this right now. And now we'll put it in motion for you just to show you how everything's been moving over the last hour. So there you can see the line marching off to the east with all that lightning. Let's turn the lightning off, make it a little less noisy. So over the next couple of hours, the severe weather threat will be peaking in our local area. Many of us, as it stands right now, I'm going to keep glancing at my computer just to make sure no new information's coming in. But many of us under a tornado watch through 9 p.m. We do expect to see an additional watch issued as these storms march off to the east. So that's going to be something that we keep an eye on. Let me give you a look at what we've got in terms of some of the storm reports as it stands right now. So if you can make out each of these little icons on the map, those are all storm reports that have been received. We can take a look here near and south of Lake Charles. You've got one, looks like in parts of Beauregard Parish, possible tornado there, and you can see a number of those showing up back into east and southeast Texas as well. So certainly it's been very active through the afternoon with all this thunderstorm activity that's been marching off to the east. All right, let's come back to our home view. The most intense cell right now headed into parts of Amite County and moving out of eastern Wilkinson and Amite. So that is kind of moving in very near, looks like Liberty at this hour. There's Liberty, see between Gloucester and Liberty, storm moving off to the east. So even if this is not producing a tornado, there is a tornado warning. That's what that polygon's showing. But even if not a tornado, I would certainly be ready for the potential of damaging winds. Let's take an updated look at the winds here and see if we've got anything showing up. So you get a couple of these notches showing up. That would be indicative of some possible rotation areas to watch. Let's switch this over to a slightly different velocity product. Not much different there. And then we can kind of look at the shear, and you can see where you get these little pockets of red. That's the radar picking up some rotation. So we've certainly had several areas of rotation showing up. So if you're in and around Liberty, I'd be taking shelter in your safe spot. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in. You want to try and get away from exterior walls. Closet, a bathroom's often a good place. Try to get away from windows. And of course, keep our First Alert weather app handy as well. All right, we do have, Henry showing me right now, we've got a new tornado warning, it looks like, coming out for parts of Amite, Pike counties, and then St. Helena and Tangipahoa parishes. So that's probably going to be with the cell a little farther south. Let's switch over to the, you can already see potentially this may be the area they're looking at, but let's take a look at the traditional radar view, and we'll kind of wait for the Weather Service giving us the early heads up that they're about to do that tornado warning. But I would think it's probably going to be along just a little farther south of that existing warning with the cell that's moving through northern parts of East Feliciana. That's probably going to be our new warning. So let's come in closer on that and take a look at it. We'll switch it over to the velocity view. So it's right near Wilson, probably going to pass near and just north of Clinton. We're going to have to track that closely, but let's take a look at the velocity and see if there's anything obvious that might be prompting the Weather Service to talk about that potential warning. Oh, okay, so what it is, now I see it, they're just kind of going with a continuation of the existing warning they had. They just extended it farther east. So there is our new tornado warning now. If you can make out the red outline, that's our new tornado warning. Here's the difference, the key difference. When you see the purple on our map, that's the Weather Service calling it a confirmed tornado. When it's the red outline, like we see right in here, and it's a little bit busy, but that red outline is a tornado warning, but not confirmed. So that kind of tells me they're not seeing anything to confirm a tornado any longer with that cell that we've been tracking that's been moving not too far from, say, Liberty and Gloucester, this one right here, but they're still concerned that it could produce a tornado at any time as it continues eastward. Let me check the forward motion. Let's see, did they give us, let me see what the speed is on that at 55 miles per hour. So we'll draw a storm track on it and give you an idea where that may be headed. So 55 miles per hour, obviously racing off to the east. If that holds together, that's into areas around Magnolia and Osika here as you get over into Pike County, roughly around 650. That's still down the road a little bit. That's good 20-25 minutes away, but that would also have it tracking maybe not too far from areas around, say, Liberty as that moves off to the east. So we're going to have to track that one closely. There are some signs of some rotation. Let me bring it in closer. You can see some signs of rotation there just southwest of Liberty is kind of where I would peg the best rotation showing up at this point in time. So that's definitely an area to watch. Let's switch over to the debris on radar just to see if we're picking up anything. And I don't see anything obvious on that. We're in a little bit tight. Let me back it up just a little bit, but I don't see an obvious debris. It gets a little bit noisy in here, but given that the best rotation I think is in here, what we would be looking for is some of these shades of yellow. If we saw that kind of co-located with the best rotation, we'd be a little more worried about a debris signature. So not seeing that at this point in time, but certainly some strong winds. Let's take a look at, see if there's any hail coming out of this too. One other thing I wanted to look at. So we're going to look at the hail path over the last hour. So you can see back to the west, certainly some signs that some hail had been falling, but over maybe the last 30 minutes, not many indications of hail. So primary concern with this cell right now that's very near Liberty would be the potential damaging winds and a possible tornado as that moves off to the east at 55. The Weather Service also passing on. They're currently on the phone coordinating a new tornado watch that will include the rest of the area. So as expected, there's going to be another watch coming out. All right, let's come back out and kind of reset here. Take a look at the latest on radar and what we've got. So we do have obviously the concerns with the stuff that's up in southwest Mississippi. That's where we've got the tornado warnings right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the Felicianas, St. Helena, northwestern Livingston, northern EBR, northern West Baton Rouge, parts of Point Coupee. We've got that warning. Let's see what the expiration time. That's in effect through 6:45. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, any of these storm cells you see here could produce damaging winds as they move off to the east. And then you can see that the line does extend farther to the southwest, Opelousas, Lafayette, down to east of Cameron at this hour. That's moving off to the east as well. And then we've also got some of these individual cells that are popping up around Metro Baton Rouge. None of these look severe at this point in time, but still we'll have to keep an eye on it. So we do have some pretty heavy rain in and around Baton Rouge. Heard a rumble of thunder here at WAFB just a moment ago. So some storms impacting the city. These appear to be non-severe, but any of these can turn severe in a hurry. All right, let's go over. Henry, you ready to take over for a minute?
Yeah,
let's go over to Henry.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Steve, yes, we do have those storms pushing into the Baton Rouge area. This is our Sky 9 camera from near our Lady Children's Hospital, and it's pointed to the west. About 5 minutes ago, I was at least able to see the Capitol building and whatnot, even the hotels. Unfortunately, with the rain coming down, we can't see it anymore from the distance. That shows you how heavy the rain is across the Baton Rouge area, and there's those flashes of lightning. You're hearing the rumbles of thunder, and these are just non-severe thunderstorms, so you can imagine how intense the severe thunderstorms are. So they are going to continue pushing into our area for the next few hours. We will remain under a tornado watch at least until 9 o'clock. Don't be surprised if this gets extended a little farther to the east and south, but this does include Baton Rouge, Hammond, Clinton, Slaughter, Zachary, and into Lafayette, down through New Iberia and Morgan City. And this means that the ingredients are here for the tornado activity, in which we've had several tornadoes reported across the area. Where is the greatest threats for severe weather? Well, you'll notice level 2 out of 5 for our coastal parishes, level 3 out of 5 for anyone along the I-10-12 corridor. As we go to our northern parishes and counties in Mississippi, it's bumped up to a 4 out of 5. But no matter what, we are going to have those scattered showers and strong to severe thunderstorms for parts of the region. Let's go ahead and time it out for you as we're tracking the storms. The forecast does remain on track with starting to see some of those storms bubble up ahead of the squall line, but notice the squall line still well off to our west. Now watch what happens. Baton Rouge, within the next hour or so, especially let's say between 7 and 9, we'll be seeing that squall line push through the capital city region. Now, as it does move through, that will be our greatest risk for severe weather. Good news for Baton Rouge surrounding areas. After that line pushes through, it quickly moves east, and that severe weather threat pushes east of the capital city region, but that still extends to places like Morgan City, all the way up through Covington and New Orleans. This is after midnight. Good news, on the other hand, is that tomorrow's weather is looking to be so much better and calmer. So we just have to make it through this evening and tonight, and eventually weather conditions will calm down. Hoping that we don't have any severe weather, but the ingredients are there. One more time. Going to go ahead and look at our Sky 9 camera, and the rain is coming down. If you are on the roads, please reduce your speed and drive safely, because it's very hard to see out there at the moment. But we'll have more news and weather updates coming up after the break.
Jacques Doucet from the Spencer Callahan 9 Sports Desk.
The LSU football team beginning their work at the Texas Bowl in Houston as preparations for head coach Dave Aranda and his Baylor Bears continue. As you'll soon see, LSU having some jersey fun, like starting quarterback Garrett Nussmeier wearing number 40. And as WAFB's John Eads tells us, some bright stars of the future are starting to get their first work as Tigers. Our coverage from Texas starts now.
Welcome to Houston, everybody. LSU football back in H-Town for the second time in the last 3 years and set to battle Baylor in the Texas Bowl next week. The Tigers spending Saturday morning practicing here at nearby U of H. It began outdoors, had to move indoors, though, due to weather in the area, some heavy thunderstorms, possible tornadoes as well. Brian Kelly and company putting the finishing touches on preparations for the postseason game on Tuesday afternoon.
I think it's really good. I think everyone decided to go out there and play. Bowl games are fun, but they're not fun when you don't come out with a victory. So making sure we go out there and try to execute and win the game is really important. But I think everyone has the right mindset coming into the game and just going out there and competing.
The LSU defense is mostly intact, but senior safety Major Burns was not at practice today and is not with the team. The Texas Bowl would have been his final game as a Tiger. On the offensive side, it's a completely different story. Several opt-outs, especially along the offensive line, which means there's a lot of moving and shifting ahead of the bowl game.
At the end of the day, everyone has to know every single call. Everyone has to know every position. Everyone's multi-trained for every position. So, like, Will play left tackle, but I guarantee he could play right guard, right tackle. He could play any. Same thing with Emery, same thing with Deli. So we were all trained to play multiple positions. Everyone's required to know multiple positions. So when somebody fills that void, it's not really a void per se, because we know every position, and that's how Coach Davis trains us.
2 members of LSU's 2025 top 10 recruiting class already practicing with the team. 5-star cornerback DJ Pickett wearing number 3, and fellow 5-star Harlem Berry operating in 22 with the running backs.
Harlem's been my roommate for this whole bowl experience, so I think it's great for him to come into meetings, be able to go through practice, and just, even if he doesn't get as many reps, just be able to see what the practice script is like, what's the drills that we run, and just kind of just be there and experience it. So when it gets in the spring, it's just kind of clicking a little bit faster, and he'll learn to play, so he'll just have a jump start. I'm excited to see how he does. I think it'll be great.
DJ Pickett, he's young, obviously, kind of doesn't understand the scheme and things like that right now, but you can see the flashes of he's going to be a really, really good player.
As is typically the case with these bowl games, the itinerary and schedule of events is loaded up. And next on the list for LSU is the Rodeo Bowl tonight over at Energy Arena. The Tigers will make their way over there, and we will as well. Covering LSU football, John Eads, WAFB 9 Sports.
Thank you, John. John, indeed, will have a fresh report from Houston tonight at 10 p.m. Head coach Brian Kelly will meet with the media. Baylor and LSU, a 2:30 p.m. kickoff on New Year's Eve on ESPN. The Raging Cajuns of UL Lafayette taking on TCU in the New Mexico Bowl. Former LSU wide receiver Jack Besh out for the Horned Frogs with an injury after Besh had a huge season. It was a long afternoon for the Cajuns, who can't get a hold of Josh Hoover, who throws the 3rd and goal touchdown to Eric McAllister. Cajuns just can't corral the QB there. Then on a 4th and 2, TCU dials up J.P. Richardson for a 20-yard catch-and-run score as the Horned Frogs led 27-0 at halftime. TCU cruises to the 34-3 victory and finishes the year 9-4. The Raging Cajuns close out the 2024 season at 10-4 overall. Perhaps you went to bed last night thinking Texas A&M had the Las Vegas Bowl against USC in their back pocket, but it wasn't to be. After jumping out to a 24-7 lead in the 3rd quarter, the Aggies, watching the Trojans storm back with a 28-7 run to win the contest 35-31. Kyle Ford, the game-winning touchdown reception with just 8 seconds left on the clock. After beating LSU in late October to improve to 7-1 overall, Texas A&M losing 4 of their last 5 to finish 8-5 overall. USC, who beat LSU in the season opener in that same stadium, finishes an unspectacular 7-6 overall. Well, Saints rookie quarterback Spencer Rattler gets the 5th start of his young NFL career Sunday when New Orleans hosts the Las Vegas Raiders at noon. It's the final home game of the year for the Saints, who will miss the playoffs for the 4th straight year since the retirement of Drew Brees. The Saints are coming off a freezing cold Monday night stinker at the Packers, losing 34-0 to Green Bay. New Orleans losing for the 10th time in 13 games after a 2-0 start to the season. Rattler, who had very little to work with offensively, throwing an interception and finishing with a QB rating of just 51. He's still very grateful for the experience he's gaining, saying that playing will only move his career forward.
1,000,000%. I mean, to get 6+ games, 5+ games under your belt as a rookie at the quarterback position helps a lot. Very lucky. A lot of guys don't get that position their first year. Especially being drafted where I was at. So very thankful. But can't waste this opportunity. Got to play great and take my game to a whole nother level in the offseason. I feel like I haven't even shown what I got fully yet. So hopefully we can do that on Sunday. But the mindset stays the same. Want to get better and better throughout this season and obviously in the offseason.
Well, after Drew Brees gave the Saints unquestioned stability at QB, New Orleans has played Jameis Winston, Trevor Siemian, Taysom Hill, Ian Book, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr, Jake Haener, and Rattler at the quarterback position over the last 4 years. I really wanted to throw in a Billy Joe Tolliver there, but there was none. All right, meanwhile, at the brand new Elite Training Academy, an HBCU Rising Star Showcase, teams featuring players from Baton Rouge and New Orleans who were 13 and under and 14 and under, looking to secure their spot in a national tournament. That tournament will be played in Baton Rouge roughly a year from now. Meanwhile, the Elite Training Academy is planning its grand opening 2 Fridays from now. It is a spectacular facility. Meanwhile, the 14-0, 6th-ranked LSU women's basketball team returns to the PMAC Sunday afternoon for their first home game in 2 weeks. The Tigers playing host to the Albany Great Danes at 1 p.m. It's LSU's last game before the start of SEC play next Thursday at the Arkansas Razorbacks. And it's also a bit of a doubleheader at the Deaf Dome, so to speak. Head coach Matt McMahon's LSU men are also at home Sunday, playing host to Mississippi Valley State at 6 p.m. The Delta Devils are having a rough time. They are technically the worst team in the country, ranked dead last, number 364 in the net rankings. LSU, on the other hand, not bad, number 62 in the net, with a chance to improve to 11-2 overall before the Tigers' SEC opener next Saturday against Vanderbilt at the PMAC. Does it right now for sports. More news and weather coming up.
Good evening, everyone. First alert weather day. We continue to track severe storms rolling through the area this evening. Several new bits of information to share with you since our last update. First off, around 6:15, we had a wind gust of 54 miles per hour in New Roads. Also, Mike Smith, the voice of LSU Gymnastics, sent me a couple of tweets, including that there were some power outages up that way as those storms rolled on through. So some big winds with those cells. You can see some of the other gusts had been showing up. Since our last update, as we told you would be the case, the tornado watch expanded. So it's really kind of in pieces and parts here. Now, Metro Baton Rouge east across the North Shore in the southwest Mississippi officially continues through 9 o'clock, but south and east of Baton Rouge, if you can make out that different outline. So Houma, Assumption Parish, eastward through Metro New Orleans to coastal Mississippi. That's a new watch that runs through 2 a.m. So that's another new bit of information. We also have now a new severe thunderstorm warning that has come out. Let me come in a little bit closer and give you a look at what we've got. That does include a number of parishes here. You can see it runs through the northern half of EBR, northern parts of Livingston and Tangipahoa. All of St. Helena appears to be included in that. Most of East Feliciana, where we've got some intense storms right now. And then we do still have this tornado warning ongoing in Pike and should say Amite and Pike counties at this hour. Technically includes a little bit of St. Helena and Tangipahoa, but the cell that we're interested in is right there. So let's take a look at that and switch over to the velocity view and see what the latest looks like on it. So definitely more of a knot showing up and some rotation with that. I'll bring it in a little bit closer as well so we can get a better look at the exact location on that. So we're seeing what appears to be some pretty decent rotation right now. That is just west of Magnolia. So certainly if you're in the vicinity of Magnolia, you need to be taking shelter right now. Possible tornado with that one. Let me put the track on it because it's been moving off to the east, I think roughly at about 55 miles per hour. So as we continue, I'm going to draw that as far as I can, but that'll be in the Magnolia here probably within the next 10 minutes. So you need to be taking shelter right now in case that cell does make it your way. That one could be producing a tornado. We'll give you a look at a different perspective on it. We'll look at the shear as detected by radar and see what we've got. And so what you can see, where you see the areas of red showing up again, here's Magnolia, and there's our area that we're tracking. That's some strong shear showing up, some strong potential rotation showing up as that moves off to the east. So definitely going to watch that closely. Let's take a look at the debris signature, not necessarily a strong debris signature. Hang on a second. Now I'm looking at it, looks like they may have changed that to a confirmed tornado. Maybe at this moment because that polygon, there you see it, that polygon's gone purple. So the Weather Service now is going with confirmed tornado on that once again. Okay, welcome back everyone. We just took a power hit at WAFB and that took us off air, so we're back. The headline at this hour right now is this tornado warning that you see, and especially as it applies to parts of Amite County and Pike County. It does technically include northeastern St. Helena and northern Tangipahoa, but to me it looks like the cell is going to stay north of those locations. The Weather Service confirming via radar a tornado with the cell, and I tell you it's a tricky one to confirm with radar. Here's our area rotation, and we'll come back in closer on this once again to show you what we're tracking. So right now this is approaching Magnolia, Mississippi. It'll be crossing I-55 near Magnolia south of Macomb here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. That's the area that has the rotation associated with it. And let me give you a look at what the Weather Service is kind of keeping an eye on. So kind of keep an eye on that general area as I switch over to the debris detection. And this is tricky. It's not obvious, but the Weather Service thinks as they've watched a few scans of this product that they've seen enough to confirm that they've seen some radar detected debris being lofted. So what are we talking about? Well, when you get a tornado and it starts colliding with trees and structures, those strong winds associated with the tornado will loft debris into the air, and radar can detect that. Here's how. Because when radar is detecting rain, radar drops are largely the same size and shape, basically. When we start getting objects that are much different in size and shape, radar can detect that, and then we know it is likely debris. We have seen very strong winds rolling through here in downtown as well. giving us that power hit, as I mentioned. But again, in and around Magnolia, you guys need to be taking shelter right now. This storm is showing evidence of rotation as it moves off to the east. Let's see if there's any hail with it. Not seeing any hail. So it's certainly damaging winds and a possible tornado. The primary concern there, when you get these little notches showing up in the velocity view, that's pretty good indication of some rotation. So remember, green is the wind blowing towards the radar site south off this map here in Hammond. Red is blowing away. So that's what we've got right now. All right, let's back this up and let's switch back to the traditional view, give you a look at what's happening right now, because things have get to your safe spot right now in case there's a tornado. Nothing confirmed here, but radar indicated rotation about to cross the Amite River. That has prompted this tornado warning from the Weather Service. That is in effect until 7:45, okay? So about another 45 minutes. All right, let me bring this back in a little bit, and then we're going to draw a track on it to give you an idea of where it's headed. So we said it's moving off to the east at 35. And as I draw this and get us out as close as we can to 35, there you can see in the Denham Springs shortly, into Walker roughly around 7:20, okay? So this potentially could be tracking right along 190 in Livingston Parish. That's the area of rotation that we are tracking right at this hour. So the Weather Service going ahead and issuing a tornado warning on that. So Denham Springs to Walker to the town of Livingston farther eastward. In fact, you can start to see Livingston showing up on the edge of that. So those are the communities right now that need to be watching this most closely as it moves off to the east, because we could have a tornado warning. We could have a potential tornado with that cell as it moves off to the east. All right, updated view coming in. I don't see the rotation looking quite as obvious there. And I only see something closer to Watson. Let me back this out again, and we're going to take a look at the shear product from the radar and see if we've got anything obvious here. All right, doesn't look like a whole lot that's too obvious, but let's come back in. Yeah, nothing real strong showing up on the shear product as it stands right now. Let me look at one more thing for you before we so yeah, we've seen some indications of some of that rotation general area I was talking about between Central and Denham Springs. Are we okay in the back, guys? Okay. Yeah, things are flickering here a little bit, so I wanted to make sure we were okay. So this cell, let's go back to the velocity view on this and see if we've got anything obvious. Not real obvious on the velocity at this point in time, but this cell's been showing up near Denham Springs, moving off to the east. Let's go back to the traditional view. And here's what we're tracking at this hour. So again, that's kind of moving right along 190 in Livingston Parish. So if you do see anything, obviously do not go outside in these areas, okay? But if you see anything that you can report and forward to us, please do that. You can do that Twitter, 9 Reports. You can email us, however that's best. But definitely want to keep an eye on it. Looking at more reports rolling in. Looks like the airport in Baton Rouge did report recently a wind gust of 53 miles per hour. So we're getting some very strong winds out of these cells, even if when there's not necessarily a tornado, getting some very strong winds. Let's back this up just a little bit and get a bigger and better view on the stuff that's moving through Baton Rouge at this hour. And I'm going to loop this for you so you can see how everything's moving. So we've got to watch some of these individual storm cells out ahead of this main line. It's those individual cells that'll have the greatest propensity, the greatest opportunity to have some rotation within them. And I don't want to forget that we're still tracking a tornado warning up here in southwest Mississippi as well. So we'll come in on that one. That cell's been tracking just south of Macomb. Let's take a look at that. So here's our cell moving now near and south of Magnolia at this hour. And let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity view on this one to see what it's got for us. And so we're still seeing some evidence. You see when you get that notch within the line like that, that's pretty good evidence of some rotation. So that area of rotation now moving just southeast of Magnolia, just northeast of Osika. It is east of I-55 now into Pike County. So that'll continue off towards Walthall, getting out a little bit outside our viewing area over towards Tylertown if that one holds together. But that's certainly another cell that's worth watching. You see an updated look coming in right now. That one's starting to get on the edge of our viewing area. All right, let's come back down towards Denham Springs and see what we've got with this. So again, there's a tornado warning that's now in effect on this cell through 7:45. And still not seeing anything real pronounced showing up. We'll come in a little bit tighter on it. At times we've seen some hints of rotation in and around Denham Springs. So let me switch over to one of our other radar products just to see what we've got. Okay, nothing too obvious there. Let's take a look at shear. So right now radar would indicate the most likely area is near or on the south side of Denham Springs. That is I-12, 190 right here. So kind of right along 190 in Denham Springs. That's where we're seeing the strongest evidence of some rotation. Nothing confirmed at this hour, but that is definitely the area to watch as we kind of keep an eye on all of this. Let me show you the other severe thunderstorm warning that covers a large area though. So if you can make out this big orange polygon, that includes the northern half of EBR, northern half of Livingston, much of Tangipahoa, all of St. Helena, much of East Feliciana, much of Pike, Amite, Pike, and Walthall counties. That is in effect through 7:30, so time-wise, got still about another 20 minutes on that one. So there's certainly plenty going on. And then we've got our tornado warning right now. Officially parts of EBR and Livingston, but it looks like whatever might be coming out of that cell is currently into Livingston Parish. Nothing confirmed on it, but we have seen some radar indicated rotation, enough for the Weather Service to go ahead and post a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning on it. All right, so here's the big picture right now. We've got these line segments that have kind of taken shape. Pretty intense line segment from Macomb to near Montpelier back to around Denham Springs, kind of broken up a bit as it gets farther south. And then there's almost a second part of this line near and southwest of Baton Rouge, back towards New Iberia, Lafayette, and down into Vermilion Parish. So still got another hour or two around the metro area to get through before we probably can sound the all clear as that starts to move off to the east. So we all need to stay alert as we continue to track this right now. Henry, I saw you walk over. Do you have some information?
Yeah, no new information, but still quite windy out there. We're still seeing the camera going in and out on our Sky 9 side. So Baton Rouge, everybody is unfortunately dealing with this kind of weather, except residents of the far southeastern parishes. But for the moment, Steve, we are going to continue watching this. This is a live look at our Sky 9 camera near the Children's Hospital. It's still shaking. The wind is still strong. So you can see why the Baton Rouge area remains under that severe thunderstorm warning, even a few tornado warnings, as Dr. Steve mentioned. This is what is going on outside. You see the camera shaking up and down. We've got the frequent lightning, we've got the wind, and we have the hail. Downtown, we are not under that tornado warning, but you can see doesn't take a tornado to get strong winds. All you need is that severe thunderstorm. Notice that the National Weather Storm Prediction Center has updated their severe weather outlook. Notice our western parishes no longer under that threat for severe weather, but everyone in our viewing area still anywhere from category 2, 3 to 4 out of 5 of severe weather, which is occurring at this time. But residents across our southeast coastal parishes, it will likely be later on tonight when you get that severe weather. Tornado watch does remain in effect at least until 9 o'clock for the Baton Rouge area into Hammond, Clinton, Zachary, as well as Simmsport down into New Iberia and Lafayette. But if you're joining us from, let's say, Houma, Convid into New Orleans, Morgan City, your tornado watch will continue at least until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. So for that reason, it's still going to keep that first alert weather day in effect through the late night hours. Thankfully, by tomorrow morning, as we head out, weather conditions should be looking much better, but still an elevated risk of tornadoes, as we do have tornado warnings in effect. The wind quite strong, and it's not just us in here in Louisiana, it extends all the way up into Mississippi, even the Jackson, Mississippi area, where we're getting that strong wind due to that complex line of thunderstorms. Flooding is also going to be an issue as well in localized areas. As for timing the storms, it's happening right now for the Baton Rouge area, and if you're east of town and you haven't had anything yet, just keep in mind, you saw what was happening in the Baton Rouge area. That could happen in your neck of the woods also, but just it may take a few more hours to get to some of our far southeastern parishes. But after midnight, the storms quickly race off to the east, which means for tomorrow morning, we'll be able to get out. Some of us, unfortunately, going to have to deal with some cleanup efforts. Hopefully not too many folks, but still, we're going to be wanting to go to church and work and wherever we need to go tomorrow morning. For now, it looks like those conditions are going to be looking good. Before I toss it back over to Dr. Steve, I know we haven't had much time to talk about the 7-day forecast, but let's get into that. No longer under severe weather day for tomorrow. Highs are going to be in the 70s Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, nice and sunny. Maybe a slight sprinkle New Year's Eve, but New Year's Day, by then we'll have another frontal system pushing through, and that will drop our temperatures back down to normal, back into the low to mid 60s, which will extend at least into next Tuesday. Not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. Rain chances do return next weekend for Sunday into Monday at 40%, but for now, not expecting the instability, let alone the significant weather that we're seeing right now. At the moment, that's about all I've got for right now. Dr. Steve, I'm going to toss it back over to you. Do you have any new information coming in?
Yeah, I do, Henry. A little bit of good news. So the Weather Service a minute ago actually canceled that tornado warning they had put out for parts of EBR and Livingston parishes. So no longer a tornado warning for EBR or Livingston. Good news on that front. We'll come back into that cell and take a look at it. So that kind of fits what I was telling you before we went to Henry, right? That I wasn't seeing any strong evidence of rotation. So you see that tornado warning is no longer in effect. If you can make out the orange shading, there is still a severe thunderstorm warning, so there could still be some strong winds. And as we take a look at the velocity data right now, let's give you an updated look at that. So,
Dr. Steve, just then got a new tornado warning for parts of Tangible Hope Parish into Washington and Pike and Walthall counties.
Okay, yeah,
kind of on our border.
Yeah, Henry's pointing out a new tornado warning coming out a little farther east, which we'll take you that way in a second when that actually pops up on the map. In the meantime, the one that had been issued for the cell that was near Denham Springs, that one was canceled, all right? So some good news. Now, don't completely let your guard down. Denham Springs, the town of Walker, city Walker over towards the town of Livingston. We need to keep an eye on it, but you see here, generally speaking, when you see all green on the velocity view like this, you don't see the green and red together, that's a good sign. That means we're not picking up much rotation, so that's why the warning was continued. We're still seeing some pretty strong winds. Let's see if we can get a little sampling of that, see what we're picking up on. So radar's still detecting some winds roughly around 50 miles per hour in the vicinity of Denham Springs. So again, while it may not be a tornado, could still be some strong winds. We've had a couple of strong wind reports so far this evening. 54 miles per hour New Roads, Augusta, 53 at the airport in Baton Rouge. So we're certainly still seeing some of that, but a little bit of good news. Let's switch back to the traditional view now, give you a look at what's going on. And we've got a pretty intense cell, it looks like, nearing the 10-12 split here in Baton Rouge. Let me come in closer on that and see what we've got. When you start to see those shades of pink and magenta, that can sometimes be an indication of maybe a little bit of hail showing up. So again, this is right around the 10-12 split. That would be Essen right there. That takes you between 10 and 12, Essen continuing down here. So Our Lady of the Lake right in there. You see Perkins Road. So this is kind of Perkins between, the area between Perkins and I-10, I should say, is where we're seeing some of the more intense returns at this hour. And let me see if the hail detection is showing much on that. So yeah, you see a little bit showing up right now just west of the 10-12 split, so that'd be kind of close to Acadian at this hour. And we can sample that just to see what the radar shows. Doesn't look like it's showing anything terribly strong, so we'll keep an eye on that. But you see on our scale, the lighter shades of pink, that's where hail's kind of possible. Probably not super big if it's reaching the ground, but we'll keep an eye on that because the reflectivity kind of showing that there certainly could be at least a little bit of hail in that storm as it stands right now. All right, let me back it out. Let's see if they've put out, it doesn't look like the Weather Service has officially put out the new warning they had mentioned yet. farther east. Well, I guess it must be, this is the one, Henry, you were talking about, I guess, right? So there you see it. Northern Tangipahoa Parish into Washington Parish, southeastern Pike County, southern half of Walthall County. That's kind of getting on the edge of our viewing area. But you can see that's kind of east of Osika, east of Kentwood right now. That's where that cell is that has prompted new warning from the Weather Service. You still get some of these notches showing up in the velocity view, indicative of some possible rotation. So that would be something to watch. Again, this is pulling away from our viewers in northern Tangipahoa Parish, southern Pike County. The worst of those cells is kind of moving, at least the tornadic threat with those is pulling a little bit east of you and kind of especially headed towards, it looks like Washington Parish at this hour. That would appear to be where the greatest threat is right now. All right, let's take one more look at radar. If I don't see anything new here, well, it looks like we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning, I guess, huh? Let me, these things are coming fast and furious, guys. So let's first click on it, see what it is. So that severe thunderstorm warning now in effect through 8 p.m. And we'll come in closer on it. So if you can make out this new orange polygon that includes parts of EBR, Iberville, down into Assumption, St. James, Ascension, Livingston, all under that severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect through 8 p.m. So places like Donaldsonville, Plaquemine, up to the southeastern half of Baton Rouge, Gonzales, Dutchtown, Santa Ma, Sorrento, Friend Settlement, Port Vincent, over in the Livingston Parish, under a severe thunderstorm warning. So this segment here could certainly be producing some strong winds at this hour. Let's take a look at that, see what we've got. Not seeing anything that's super strong in that radar view. Let me take a look at one more. This is the terminal Doppler radar from the airport in Kenner, the airport, or the radar's technically in St. Charles Parish. And again, not seeing anything that looks excessively strong there, but we have seen these storms have produced some wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour at times. So the Weather Service did go ahead and issue that warning. All right, let's pull it out here and kind of reset, and then we're probably going to kind of wrap it up for now. Let me put this in motion for you. So we're tracking this line of strong storms rolling through the area. Good news is largely no tornado warnings for most of our viewing area. There's this one that's right on the edge, but that cell's really kind of headed mostly into Washington Parish and Walthall County, Mississippi. We do have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, so be prepared for the potential of some damaging winds. Could be some small hail. Once this line gets past your location, the threat will end. So give another hour or two in most spots, and that threat will be over. Given that things have settled down a little bit for now, at least in terms of the tornado warnings, we'll wrap it up. Henry and I aren't going anywhere. We'll continue to track it, and we'll break back in if additional warnings are issued.